This goes out to all my VOD watchers. I think I've made this joke before. I only have so many ideas. Ha 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 ha. Oops, music. Hee hee. It'll load eventually. There we go. Fuck it. I'm not gonna wait for the track to loop. Hello, everybody. I guess I should switch over. Hello. Oops. I need to do a few things in OBS. I am just running a little behind today because I was talking to cute people and I didn't want to leave the Discord call. How are you doing, Dragon? How are you doing, everybody else in chat? That number's not correct. So let's update it. Bum 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 bum. Oh. Alex Strawa, thanks for the follow. Welcome, my cub. There we go. Hi. Okay. Hey, B. Turn on hype vibrate mode. The only mode I have with a lot of vibrate is angry. Angry has vibrate. Wait, what's the special occasion? Hold on. There's a special occasion? Is today something special? Oops, I didn't mean to loop this BGM. Taking Rome. Oh, yes. Well, we'll see if I can actually take Rome this time. I've been saying that for weeks. Hello, Wooloo. Oh, shut up, Windows. I've actually woke up early. I don't know why I'm so tired. The coffee's kind of weak today, though, so that could be it. Did you see the second half of my proposed shitpost, Scab? No. What's the proposed shitpost, Scab? I'm scared. Game capture, please. No, not that window. This window. Take Romania, small Rome. First half, a picture of Marilyn Monroe chilling next to a bunch of bears eating her trash. Yes. Yeah, you wanted to do me and Nia like that. What was the second half? Second half is the exact same except for who is what. Huh? What am I missing? What you want to do Nia eating trash? Because that would actually be pretty funny. Hello, Thomas. Bear's attempt at taking Rome. I got really mad last week and rage quit. Because we were about to take Rome. We had their army almost entirely wiped out, and then our general died and our entire army fled. Like, we had them vastly outnumbered. I'm actually still mad about it. Oops. Go to Segestia. Okay, anyway, sorry, I kind of just started looking around without actually describing what's going on. For anyone who's new, we are Macedon. We are doing pretty well, but we are quite far away from the 50 settlements we need to really win the game. What we're going to do is continue pushing against Gaul here in northern Italy, and then push south against Rome. We're about to take the city of Rome. We've been saying that for weeks, though. And we are at war with Pontus and Egypt here. We're kind of just holding out against Egypt. I was originally planning on making Ankara a big military city and like fortification to just sort of hold off for a while we focus on Rome, but it's simply not going to work. So we're going to need to push forward into both of them, and I don't have a solid plan for how to do that. Hello, Nat. How are you doing, sweetie? So as far as pushing into Pontus, I think we're going to start at Pontus and push south in like one single wave, or we might do two armies, one pushing into Egypt and one pushing into Pontus. I don't really know. I would love peace with Scythia here, just so that we don't have to worry about attacks from the north. And once I take Mediolanum, I would love peace with the Gauls. So we can really focus on these large civilized cities in the east. Yeah, we have a huge economic base in Greece. We are pretty much never going to run out of money. But our military production is a bit low, so we're having a bit of trouble keeping up. Keeping our armies big enough in order to be effective again. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. There was an army on those ships. I'm actually going to reload real quick, because Navy's not important, especially when we have so much money. And I need to land this army to reinforce Ankara. I generally don't save scum, but if I make one, like, tiny, just misclick, or I forget what my plan was like that, I will reload. I think that's fair. Okay. So you guys unload here and march to Ankara. It'll take a couple turns. You're okay. I'm glad, Nat. Good to see you as always. Okay, let's do check our ships though. Naval combat sucks in this game. This guy's got an R. Oh, we can't move yet. I want to knock out this fleet. Alright, and now I want to make sure that we're training troops in Capua and in Tarentum. We're going to need to retrain some of these boats. And we have this siege here, which these guys are headed to hopefully liberate. We are running a little low on generals because they keep dying to the Romans and the Egyptians because reasons. I'm can build some ballista up here. That might be a little useful. Or, you know, I'd rather have archers. Build a couple stacks of archers, and maybe we can march down on Arentium. Let's see, make sure we're training in Sparta, make sure we're training in Thessalonica, and Byzalora is actually full. Let's see. March them to Thessalonica. Train some more troops there. We have Plague. And we have troops training in Tylos as well. Okay. So that has us set up pretty well, I think. We should be prepared for the next turn. Oh my god. I'm so tired. Why do I have a Discord notification? Who dares speak to me? Oh, okay. It's an at everyone in a small server. That's fine. Okay, let's advance turn. We have a bunch of merchants in Egypt who are making us no money because Egypt declared war on us, but it doesn't matter because we're making so much money. They don't want their cities back. Yes, I will take a ceasefire with Pontus for now. Just so that we don't have to worry about them. They are still spying on our city, though, because they're jerks. Come on, hurry up. Egypt is walking past Ankara, which is interesting. We're going to sail this fleet back here. I want to keep Scythia and Pontus trapped in the Black Sea. So we're going to blockade the strait. I'm getting so many spam calls the last couple of days. You know, I need to pay my phone bill today, I think. I should remember to do that. I probably don't want my phone to get shut off. Might be inconvenient. Why stop Rome when you can top Rome? That's the plan. Okay. I want to spend no more than a turn retraining if possible. I don't think that's gonna be possible, though. I'm gonna combine these Royal Pikemen. But then I still need to retrain my archers, so I'm going to combine these Royal Pikemen And these guys are at 120, so we can actually afford that. Then we'll march on Rome, and we should be fine. I'm gonna march on Rome as quickly as possible. Hi, Turkey Fluffs. Let's get a little more reinforcements for this fight. I could fuck this up. So let's find out. This is very this battle is very fuck upable with the considering the nerfs that have happened right now with pike troops. Bum 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 bum. So we'll see how it goes. Why would you not eat before a battle? You need your energy. Breakfast is important, Roman or Greek dude. Why'd I call you Roman? Breakfast is important, Mr. Greek dude. And no, I am not getting into a conversation about whether Macedon and Greece are the same thing, but in this time period, Macedonians are Greek. Macedonians are Greek. And I'm not getting into a conversation about whether Macedonians and Macedonians are the same thing, because that's some shit too. Go figure, people really care about ethnicity in the Balkans. Macedonians are not macaroni. I can confirm that Macedonians are not macaroni. The only thing worse than not feeding your troops breakfast is reminding them that you didn't feed them breakfast. I know! How can I prove that? Because macaroni is pasta and Macedonia is people. Well, it's a place. It's a place, but it has people in it. Oh, these are cavalry auxilia. Oh, that's annoying. We have killed a Roman. Wonderful. The only good Roman is a dead Roman. Heavy cavalry are so slow. We don't have enough troops for a square, so we're gonna kind of fake it. Let's see if we can catch their light cav. Nope. If you build Macedon out of macadamia nuts and dry macaroni and use macaroons as an adhesive. Yeah, it checks out. I need archers. Look at this down here. Look at all of these bodyguard we lost to these stupid cavalry. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oops. My finger slipped. I don't know what their light cav are doing here. I'm gonna fall back and spread out a bit. I'm not gonna spread out like that. I'm gonna spread out like this. Oh, they have war dogs? I didn't notice they had war dogs. I'm fairly certain that our heavy cav are better than their heavy cav. Yeah. And we outnumber their heavy cav. Fantastic. Let's kill a bunch of Romans. Oh, companion cavalry are so nice. No, don't chase their cavalry. Chase their infantry. Nope, no, I want you to charge their legionary cohorts. Chase this boy. Oh, that's Cav. Chase him anyway. Or chase the war dogs, actually. And here I was worried I was going to screw up this battle. Because they had so many more heavy cav than we did. But, man, these companion cav are good. I think this is the first actual battle we fought with these guys. Yeah, these boys are really good. Bum, 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 bum. Now, we want to gather up these boys here and then march straight on this army. That's unfortunate. I thought we could make it in time. I was wrong. Bum, 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 bum. Build more infantry here and here. Send to Rome. These guys they'll head up the coast here and rejoin Capua and then march on Rome, or maybe we'll march before we rejoin Capua. I haven't decided. What do I want to do about Batavia? Mediolanum is revolting. But I want to really focus on the Romans here, and even losing Patavium temporarily to the Gauls isn't the worst thing, so I might leave like a really small garrison here. Like just these guys. Right, there's that river, so it's kind of hard to... It's gonna be kind of hard to march all the way down here. We'll wait a few turns. What I'm gonna do, though, is I'm gonna hide these guys in the forest. Move them a little further up for better vision. And maybe try and get the jump on the Gauls there. Okay, now you... Yeah, our armies here in Ankyra have seen better days. You know what? Let's march the whole army out of Ankyra. Because they'll be able to return at the end of the turn. Interesting. They do have Pharaoh's Bowmen, which is really unfortunate, and they have Onagers, which is really unfortunate. But we can counter the chariots with our horse archers, which we need to get more of. And then I guess we can use our light... No, we can't really use our light cavalry against their archers. Their archers are going to be the biggest hurdle for us. We actually have a very bad unit roster compared to Rome. Not Rome, compared to Egypt. Because Egypt has archers, has really good archers at this point in the game. And also because Egypt has chariots, which are really good against cavalry, which we need to counter archers, and we have really good cavalry, which gets really good expensive cavalry, which gets torn up by chariots. Our pikes are better than theirs, but good luck getting into melee with them when they have chariots and archers. Our pikes are really good against their chariots, unless they go around our pikes, and which this AI is smart enough to do. So it's kind of a rough position here. Let's see what they do. I might need to sail another general to Crimea to pick up some horse archer mercenaries, because that's the only way we can get horse archers, and we can't retrain mercenaries. And we're already down to 1.5 units of horse archers when we started with 3 last time we did it. Yeah, but they have those catapults. Walk. 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 Yeah, they have a smaller army than ours, but their army is pretty well equipped to beat us in a skirmish because of the catapults and good archers, and then really well equipped to counter us in any way we'd engage with them. Maybe not enough to win the battle, but enough to make us regret engaging them. So we're going to take a risk here with our horse archers. We're going to have them circle up so they're a little harder to hit with arrows and catapult stones. Now, if their catapults continue to move forward like this, we might be able to charge them with our light cavalry. But only once we've taken care of these chariots a little more. So I'm going to move our cav into position for that. Our light cavalry really suck at this point in the game. They're not good for much. And we kind of only have them because they haven't died out yet to something else. And shitty light cavalry is better than no cavalry. I'm really worried about these chariots swooping in on us when we charge, though. Because these are scythed chariots. They just drive past one of our horses and tear them to bits. Or maybe I should be worried about their archers tearing our cavalry to bits. Let's fall back. Cool. We got their catapults to retreat. That's it's gonna save us from some harassment. Let's do another charge. No, let's stop this this crew from reinforcing. And let's kill their other chariots. Hey, Hat, and thanks for the lurk, Dragon. See, look, these cavalry suck. They're fleeing from charging a catapult crew. Like, these are peasants with knives. They don't threaten you. You have horses. For fuck's sake. Game makes me mad lately. Hello, Julep. How are you doing, sweetie? I know you had a rough morning. I saw a bit on Twitter. Twitter and Discord. So I hope you're feeling better. I'm hoping the fact that we outnumber their archers is going to make a big difference here. I am going to move my infantry forward, though. I should have done that already. And you guys don't need to circle anymore. Will actually be more effective. Eating a parfait, nice. That sounds lovely. Kill the chariots, please. I'm doing well. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoy streaming, but I had to drag myself to stream because I was in VC with 3 absolute cuties. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta stream. Like right before stream started. Not even necessarily like in a gay way, like I had to drag myself away, just like I was talking to some really sweet people who I don't talk to enough. Well, some of them I don't talk to enough. No, all of them I don't talk to enough. It's a good problem to have, I agree. And I actually woke up at a reasonable time. Of course, I can't catch a break because I either sleep in really late and feel tired because I overslept, or I wake up early and I feel tired because I only got 7 or 8 hours of sleep. Like, I just can't win. Um, maybe I want some Greek cavalry. Let me see. 4, 6, 8, 3, 5, 5, 4, 8, 6, 3, 3, 5. No, I want the light lancers. They have less defense, but they're just better. Just bought 40 trucks worth of $40 worth of Stellaris DLCs. Ooh, read that as trucks. Um, trucks worth. Look. I'm an idiot. Okay, this is established. Okay, let's retrain these boys, and then let's actually build more Macedonian cavalry. You're cute, Julep. And then in Sparta, we're building Royal Pikemen. We have some navy to move. Let's retrain them. Dog. Oh, It said that we had enough movement. I don't understand. Okay, whatever. Right, I moved them this turn. I already moved you this turn. Aw, Julep. You're adorable. I think that's everything. I like how Twitch thinks that's a link, too. Rome is marching north. Egypt is not going to be able to take us out here. Oh, I missed a fleet, I think. Oh well. I wonder if I can get... Is this one of my boys? No. Oh, it's because I can see this because I have watchtowers. That's right. I kind of want to send... This is a... This, I think, is actually a British city. And if I can send... Talk to the Brits, I might be able to get trade with them. I say Brits as if... It's close enough. Let's build a catapult range here. Armorer, that's great. Let's do irrigation. Let's upgrade this city. Halicarnassus. Let's do an armorer. Salona has upgraded. The very first thing I want is an archery range. Capua has a better armor. Let's build an even better one. Hylas, I guess we'll build mines since we haven't yet. And Patavium has walls. Cool. Patavium, I want to upgrade their... Ooh... I'm going to eventually want to knock down this circle to Epona, but not yet. So I'm just going to build a Odeon for happiness. I'm going to send you here because I want to try... Once we take this city, I'm going to want peace with the Gauls. If they'll accept it. I'm a little worried about Rome taking Patavium here, but it should be fine. Should be fine. Maybe, probably. We didn't sink them, which is a shame. Oh, they have incendiary pigs. I haven't seen those yet. They're faction heir, which is wonderful. Julep, don't look. Maybe going insane, but 90% sure one of the advisor VAs also voiced something in Mass Effect. Probably. I mean, keep in mind, this is an old game, and they didn't exactly get, like, new voice actors for the remaster. Sorry, I just didn't feel like listening to the speech, to be totally honest. Alright, pigs, infantry, war dogs, and the Roman general. I'm going to bulk up a little bit with our infantry. Like so. And then we'll protect our flanks with the cav. Bulk up, bunch up, whatever I'm trying to say. Yeah, they're moving. What are you doing with the pigs? I feel like for some reason I want to say there's some historical basis behind incendiary pigs in this game, but I think it's literally like a one-off line in one history somewhere once. Like maybe something vaguely resembling flaming livestock was used in a battle one time. So they decided to put it in the game. It's kind of a silly thing to be in here. Okay, the pigs are angry, which means they may attack their own troops. So we're going to fall back. Running amok, that's what the game calls it. It's also a fun thing that elephants do in this game. If we ever fight elephants. Amok fusion. I hate that. Why'd you say that? I hate it. Oh, I hear that dog's barking. It's dog time. Yay! More dead Romans. Go kill the pig handlers. Okay, let's train more infantry here. Let's train more infantry here. Yeah, I did do the. Oh, I see what I did. Settlement besieged and Cairo. Worthy life ends. Oh, it's just a merchant in Egypt. That's fine. Okay, so a lot of chariots and a lot of archers. I kind of just don't want to be fucked with this battle. And we vastly outnumber them, so I'm going to auto-calculate. Um... I don't think we can retrain the Royal Pikemen in Ankara. Can we? Oops, wrong button. I always think you can hit escape there. No, we cannot retrain Royal Pikemen, so we'll leave them here. And we'll keep this guy by the city so that they can reinforce each other. Okay. I'm not going to grab mercenaries. Retrain here. Right, it's still the same turn. Let's do some recruitment here. And some retraining here. Let's, we're working on building an archery thingamajigger. That's the official name for it. Archery range in that city. Sink some ships. And then go repair in roads. Sink some more ships. Let's stop here real quick to repair, and then we'll go blockade the strait. And I think that's turn. Oh. Yep, that's just rude. Yo? What is this massive fleet? We sunk 5 of their ships. And they sunk none of ours, but we still retreated. That's amazing. Alright, they sunk 2 of our ships. Well, barbarian ships suck compared to civilized ships. Because really, this game isn't meant to be balanced, frankly. You're meant to play Rome and have all of these exciting factions to play against, and all of these other factions are an afterthought. That's my hot take. Because after all, we are in a hot take economy. Let's sink some Roman ships. We're rapidly losing, boys. Yeah, I really don't think this game was meant to be balanced, and I've believed that for many years. All right, Rome is replenishing a good amount, which is unfortunate. But we are almost ready to march on Rome. Thessalonica. Build a scriptorum. Corinth has a ludus magna. Let's build an armorer. Let's build a armorer. Or an upgraded armorer. Let's build a foundry. And Ankara has an army barracks, which I think means we can retrain Royal Pikemen. That's wonderful. I want large walls in Ankara, though, when it's able to start building again. Agent found, settlement besieged, a diplomat died. Where was he? In Pontus? That's fine. We don't need an agent in Pontus. We're going to move here and attack this army, which will means they do not have reinforcements. We're going to set the city garrison to be AI, and we are going to have to fight this ourselves. They have a pretty balanced army, but mostly infantry, which we can deal with. I like big walls, and I cannot lie. I mean, the city's under siege enough, we might as well have big walls. Even if the AI is too much of a coward to actually attack those walls, they still besiege our cities. Chariots are entirely on the right flank, so let's send our horse archers to the right flank. And our cavalry to the left flank, our heavy cav to the left flank. I really don't know why Macedon doesn't have militia cavalry. I don't know if there's a real historical basis for that or not. For context, militia cavalry is something the Greek cities have, which are light horsemen who carry javelins. And it feels like if that's a cultural, if the game designers decided the Greeks should have horse archers with javelins, I don't know why the Macedonians don't. Because it would really balance out their unit roster quite a bit to have some kind of missile cavalry. So we are pretty hindered in that we don't have any missile troops in this army. We're losing a lot of our horse archers here. Yeah, they made some weird... In a lot of the early Total War games, they made some weird decisions about who has access to what units, and... You know, of course, the Egyptian army in general is the most well-known, infamous. Those chariots charging into the side of our pikes is rough. The Egyptian armies are the most infamous of them, but... Nice. Every general that we wipe out is one step closer to potentially wiping out the entire faction. Because if they run out of... If their royal family dies out, doesn't matter how strong their nation is, they collapse into rebel cities. Except for the Senate, apparently. Which makes sense. There's no royal family of the Roman Senate, necessarily, but... If there was a royal family of the Roman Senate, I would have Rome by now, because it would be rebel, because I've wiped out the Senate. I'm still a little upset about it. I will die mad. Anyway, this game brings out the worst in me. These guys should be... We should be charging. You wipe out these Desert Axemen. I killed every senator, but I didn't burn the building down. Yeah, I don't know if you were here last week, Hat. We were fighting in the city. We were fighting in the city square, and we charged into the back of a legion squad, a squad of legionnaires. And even though they were facing away from us, somehow in the charge our general died, and our troops lost morale because their general was dead and they all fled. We were absolutely winning. And in that battle, we killed all of the generals in the city of Rome. So there's no senators left in terms of, like, game. There's no leaders in the faction of the Roman Senate. So I would have assumed the faction would be destroyed, but I guess since senators are recruited from the Roman families, and since the Roman families still exist, fine. It makes sense, but I'm still gonna be mad about it. It's just like that. Bum 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 bum. We'll be aggressive out of Anatolia, not Anatolia, out of Ankara soon. Ooh. Thank you for that fusion. Thank you for the line read. Such was the unhappy condition of the Roman emperors that, whatever might be their conduct, their fate was commonly the same: a life of pleasure or virtue, of severity or mildness, of indolence or glory, alike led to an untimely grave. And almost every reign is closed by the same disgusting repetition of treason and being a bottom. Let's see. Put a general in here. Let's retrain these boys. We're given the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Close enough. Fun fact for anyone who doesn't know this anecdote: there was a Roman emperor who would almost certainly be considered by today's standards to be a trans woman. She was very short-lived and very much hated by Roman society, mostly for being very decadent and extravagant. But she was well known for cross-dressing even while emperor, for taking slaves as her husbands, and was the priestess of a sun cult. Which, if that's not a trans woman, I don't know what is. I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. Had a caravan pass by the most beautiful mollusk ships. I'd love to have a slave husband. I mean, I don't know how much of this is slander, but when they say slave husband in the historical records, they usually mean that she called a man her husband and bottomed for him. Which, for a Roman is unacceptable, but no, you'd love to be a slave. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like Julep. She also came from the province of Syria, which was, and she was considered to be influenced by Eastern decadence by the writers of the time. So, you know, some things never change. Orientalism was very much a thing in the Roman Empire. It's gonna bother me. What was her name? You know, I'm gonna look real quick. I'm gonna see if I can find her. Ah, I was close. I kept thinking Alcibiades, whose name I think I'm saying wrong, who was a Greek senator of Athens. Her name was Egabalus. So, kind of close. Transmisogyny and racism in my Roman society? Yeah. Nowadays it's flipped. If you're a Easterner and queer, you're under Western influence or something. I know, it's... When the fact that there's... You know, here's the hot take of the day. When the fact that, in most quote-unquote Eastern societies, the fact that queerness is considered undesirable is an effect of colonialism. I'm sorry, not effect, affect. Or is it effect? I keep forgetting. Take, you take the Roman view of sexuality, which influenced Paul's view of sexuality, who was even extreme for most Romans, um, and that effect on Christianity, and you have Christian colonists imposing that view of sexuality on the rest of the world. I'm not as well versed on early Christianity as I was once upon a time, but I should have read some Sappho. I agree. Hello, Aurelia. But I am commonly I have believed for a long time, and back when I was more well versed on early Christianity, that Paul was the worst thing to happen to the Christian church. So here's the thing. Here's what I do remember and what I will say. Paul was a Roman. He was not Jewish. He was not even from Judea, and he had never met Jesus during Jesus' lifetime. In fact, Paul traveled to Jerusalem to meet with the members of the early church after having his vision and preaching Christianity across Greece and across Italy, and they excommunicated him for preaching the wrong message that was not in line with Jesus' teachings. And yet, most of Christianity's views on gender and sexuality come from Paul, the Gospel according to Paul. And the Gospel according to Paul has made it into the Bible. Worst thing to happen to Christianity. You don't need to to do that anymore. And then you let monks write in the margins, and they'll let other monks put those and sort of in the. I mean, yeah, that's part of the problem too. But now that I think about it, is Roman Empire the most diverse head of state in history? Had European, African, Asian emperors? Great point. It might be, actually. I mean, it's. I think we could, I think we could argue until the cows come home about how many of those African and Asian emperors were actually African and Asian, especially by modern standards, and how many of them were just colonists, were just Roman Italic colonists in those continents. Learning about the pseudopol was your first step into radicalization. Nice. Yeah, no, I have, I studied theology at one point, and, I have strong opinions about Paul. You know, it's like I'm thinking about non-Italic emperors, and most of them were like the children of rich people in those provinces, so they were probably colonists more so than representative of the native populations. Although we did have some Gallic emperors, I'm pretty sure, who were actually Gallic. Well, I don't know if they were actually Gallic either, because Gallic identity was pretty Romanized by that point. I would love to do some research on race and the Roman Empire. That would be absolutely fascinating. I mean, mind you, it's a difficult thing to find information on because race is a modern concept to begin with. Not modern as in 21st century, but modern as in 19th and 20th century. Well, it's a little older than that, but we'll watch a stream of me doing the research. I'll see what I can find. I'll see what I can find. I'll do some pre-research. I'll see if I can find anything that's even stream appropriate in terms of copyright and such. And that might be a bonus stream at some point. The one thing I need to do research on first, however, is on traditional and modern Druidic paganism. For personal reasons. And luckily I have a great place to start. Just got a derelict cruiser, it's 4 times stronger than my fleet. Ooh. Its T components become out of date by like 2260. I have no context for 2260, but I don't remember what the start date of the game is. But still, that sounds awesome. $22.19. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. I don't know how much I've like talked about this in detail on stream, but I know it's I've made it no secret that I consider myself pagan and look towards the faith of my ancestors, but I haven't done a lot of research on what that actually means yet. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of direct information available because of first the Romans and then the Christians. I mean, the Roman Christians at one in the middle too, but and the fact that Celtic peoples did not have their own writing system that survived that we know of. Likely did not have their own writing system at all, so they didn't really keep notes on their religious practices. And the Druidic practices of the Gauls survived into the Brito-Iberic Isles. I feel like I should be fair instead of calling them the British Isles. But everything that survived was, again, kept by Christians and has been perverted to fit Christianity. Also, while I'm talking about Druidism, it very much bothers me that Hellenism is a faith in Crusader Kings 2 and 3, and that you can revive Hellenism in both games, and that it even is a game, and unlike Crusader Kings 2, it even has mechanics for Hellenism in Crusader Kings 3, and yet Druidism isn't, which is a more recent faith to the time period of Crusader Kings 3 than Hellenism is. It's a pity. It's a damn shame, I say. Gaelic syncretic beliefs are very interesting, yes. Petition Paradox for paid DLC. I'd pay for it. I think it should be in the game, but I'd pay for something. I'd paid for adding Druidism. I want to play more CK3 and EU4 on stream. I wonder if EU4 is playable yet. I should test it off stream. Thank you for feeding my addiction, Hat. Coffee. Thank you. Derelict ships still have the annoying thing where they can't join other fleets, though. Oh, that does sound annoying. Ah, they spawned new generals. Interesting. Dipped out because Snapper and I started talking history and talking about how comfy Roman villas would be. Oh my god, I know. Totally at war in Rome. Nia, not only am I at war in Rome, but I am at an eternal and total war in Rome. I can't. I have been trying to take this fucking city for weeks now. How are you doing, sweetheart? I love this goofy song. I need a barracks so I can train proper militia to garrison Sidonia. Let's see if we can get. Will you alliance me? I didn't think so. Let's see if we can get map information from them. Oh, I already have trade. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Gaul is not doing so hot. Let's go up here. This city. Considering it's a fucking city. Love you, you fucking nerd. I mean, it is Rome. If there's any fucking city in this era, it would be Rome. Well, Roman decadence is more stereotypical later. Well, some coffee noise. Wait, what did I do? I don't remember making noises. What did I do that was wholesome? Hey, who am I playing as? I'm playing as Macedon. Forgot to put something about who I'm playing as in my stream title. I'm still blushing. Ah, for fuck's sake. Ah, you smug little shit. Ah, y'all get a free stretch. Legacy of Alexander, yes. Show you decadence. I'm gonna go around because I don't trust that he's not gonna get blocked. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright, so the Romans are being dicks. The Julii are being dicks. Let's take Rome. Perfect. We don't have enough archers here. It should be fine. Nope. There's not even any mercenaries to take, so never mind. Kind of just want sap points. Like, fuck taking the walls. Fuck knocking down the gate. I'm gonna take a couple of rams. How do I see if the gate's gonna be open? I have a spy in here. Archers, scorpions and onagers, light auxilia, but then the two Praetorian cohorts and the early legionary first cohort are going to be a pain to deal with. I might actually move these companion cavalry into the main army. I don't know. I haven't decided how I'm taking this city yet. Because for fuck's sake, I'm taking it this time. Angui. Angui. Sparta, Great Agora, Proton, Blacksmith, Nicomedia. I want happiness here more than anything, so let's do a Odeon. Mediolanum. Right, we repaired the walls, I think. Let's build better walls. Let's build better walls, and yet I'm actually going to somewhat abandon the city. Leave like a bare minimum garrison here. Oops, I took everybody out. I will still leave a bare minimum garrison, though. And let's build a couple more troops. That should be enough. Let's try to pick off some of these Romans. I'm actually going to grab some mercenaries up here. Take it from behind. Lewd. And yeah, let's save the city. We're gonna use these barbarian mercenaries as cannon fodder. Because they're not very good at this. Well, they're not very good at any point in the game, but they're especially not very good at this point in the game. Okay, so nerd point. I understand this game is in English, and the voice actors do not, like, speak the native languages that the characters would speak. However, I do have to say Hercules is the Roman name. It's closer to Heracles in Greek, and this is a Greek general. He should be calling him Heracles. Hi, I'm a nerd. So the only thing I'm worried about with this plan is that the barbarians fold and then our archers get killed, but I think we'll be okay. Let's do light cav on the right, heavy cav on the left, just arbitrarily. General behind. Oh right, there's reinforcements too. I think it's just that most people know him as Hercules. Yeah, I mean, look, this game is not historically accurate in a lot of ways. That many people have already touched on in the past. Like, all of Egypt. Most factions. So, you know. I forgot to set the reinforcements to be AI controlled. So I'm just probably not going to use them. Considering the voice direction seems to be whatever when it comes to different voice actors in this game. Yeah. Game is fun and might get people interested in history. This game got me interested in history, actually. This game and Medieval 2 Total War were a big part of me getting interested in history. Now, it was mostly more, historical immersion mods, which fix a lot of the historical inaccuracies of both games that got me involved in history, but still. Strappy hosts, what's the difference? Yeah. Ah, yes, strappy hose. Something strappy hose. I got nothing. I'm too busy being a history nerd to be a gay nerd and talk about strappy hose. I mean, even if you had a Greek voice actor, would they be speaking ancient Greek or modern Greek? True point. Strappy hose are the bottoms for hire. I feel like a strappy hoe would be a top, not a bottom. Like, if she's strapping, she's not bottoming. Hey, look, it's my barbarian mercenaries fleeing for their lives. What a surprise. Hey, look, it's my archers getting attacked because the barbarian mercenaries fled. I knew this would happen. It's fine. We still won this. What it happened to yeah, I didn't pay you to run. I paid you to die for me. Exactly. This is exactly what I wanted to happen other than the archers taking damage. So I'm not upset. I wanted the center to collapse so that the flanks could fold in on them. And I got what I wanted. Break formation and charge. The battle hasn't ended. Where's the rest of the enemy army? Oh. They ran right past my reinforcements. That's funny. Since the elite in Ptolemaic Greece spoke Greek, but the populace were Egyptian, that must have been interesting in how the armies were commanded. Oh my god, that's fascinating. I wonder about that. I would imagine that there were elite generals there were elite commanders who were bilingual and received orders in Greek and doled them out in Egyptian. But yeah, that's really interesting. No, they had this issue even in the Resistance, the many generals and advisors being foreign hires. In the Renaissance, yes. Although in the Renaissance, you would have expected anyone of high society to speak Latin. And then in later eras, anyone of high society would speak French, and now anyone of import speaks English, at least as a second or third language. Yeah, French was popular for that's why we call it a lingua franca, because the term comes from the early modern era. Yeah, I suppose even in the Renaissance, French would have been in vogue. or by the Renaissance French would have been invoked. I'm going to blockade this port. This fleet is pretty much dead, and I'm going to need to build a new fleet. And it's going to be this fleet. Other fleets. You kill them. Go to Sidonia. You go to Athens to repair. Was in the Netherlands? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Jesse. Ow, 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 ow. Just popped my back. Early 19th century French, Russian armies had officers speak French. I've heard that. I've heard it was also rather in vogue for the Russian nobility to speak French amongst themselves as well. And I know a lot of that has to do with attempts to modernize Russia. To quote-unquote modernize and westernize Russia and to bring their society more in line with Western European, because they were seen as sort of barbaric, weird barbarians by a lot of the Europeans. And the Russian nobility were like, fuck you, we're European. We're gonna prove it to you by acting like the French. And doing everything we can to bring our society in line with French society. Basically, yeah, I'm paraphrasing a lot. We're 100% gonna take Rome this time, we promise. Excuse me, Rome. Rome, please. Of course, it didn't work, and Russia has consistently been seen as the evil East to this day. Yes, also true. However, they did successfully westernize, in a sense. But it didn't help the international relations problem that they had. Excuse me, can I please has Rome? Tolstoy novel written both French and Russian because it had a lot of stuff about the nobility in it. That sounds right. Oh, interesting hat. I didn't know that was the case. Yo, where did these Egyptians come from? Shit. I made you a worm, but I eated it. Jesse. Jesse, what does that mean? Why does that fill me with fear? Just found Earth. Pog. Okay, I need just more of these guys up here right now. And we're off the subject of early church fathers, but I was doing dishes. Do you have to add that you know that pre-schism Christianity considered burning witches a pagan act? Sir Thomas Aquinas said not to burn witches because magic isn't real. I didn't know that. Good on Aquinas. I was trying to be angry but not overstep boundaries. Now I understand what you're saying. Should I enlighten the humans? Absolutely. Um, I think that's a, I don't think it's necessarily correct, but I think from a theological Christian standpoint, don't burn witches because pagans have no power. Um, Magic isn't real is a pretty enlightened point of view. I'm adding a few steps from what you said, but that's really interesting. I was just watching something about the, tangentially related to the Spanish Inquisition and the witch, and specifically the witch hunts during the Spanish Inquisition, and how it was considered heretical in Spain at the time to believe in witches. So during the Spanish Inquisition, there were witch hunts, but generally it was the person accusing the other person of being a witch who got deemed a heretic. Yeah, didn't expect that. They were like, no, we're not going to burn witches because witches aren't real. You're a heretic for thinking witches are real. We're going to burn you. Which is fascinating to me. Pontus, stop being a dick. Leave Ankyra alone. Yeah, I knew this would happen. How do Protestants bring witch hunts back? I'm not entirely sure. I have to do more research on to really like how and why it happened. Spanish Inquisition was also mostly a political tool, not related to the Papal Inquisition and not sanctioned by it. True. Well, it is no coincidence that the Spanish Inquisition started shortly after the end of the Reconquista. Certain translations of the Bible use the word witch, but since it's in the Bible, it must. Yeah. You're talking about the Protestants, yeah. Also very likely true, Dragon. Pagans are not a threat to Christianity, so leave them be as a hot take. Really could have made the world better. Yeah. What do I want to build here? Pretty culturally Greek. Let's go for a Lyceum. Trentum Irrigation, I suppose. No, a Great Agora. Halicarnassus, let's do more armor. More blacksmithing, I mean. I'm going to upgrade the roads here because it's on the frontier. Tylus. Ooh, I don't have a dockyard here yet. Let's do that. Patavium. Let's do roads as well. Fourth Crusade and Pope Innocent is to go by, then pagans are the least threatening with what he... Yeah. Well, the Crusades are A whole mess. I mean, to be fair, there were the what are they called? I'm forgetting the name of the crusade, but there was technically a crusade in Lithuania. It wasn't a different pope, but oh, Joe saw my laugh. I haven't had to do that in a while. Let's see. Baltic Crusade. Thank you. Thank you, Snapper. Thank you, Julep. The whole Iberia situation is pretty complex, and basically I get why the Christian Iberians were the way they were, but it's not really an excuse. Absolutely. Oh, and Freya, thank you. Baltic Crusade. One of them was... It wasn't sending children. The Children's Crusade wasn't sanctioned by Rome. It was a child prophet decided to go on crusade, and Rome was like... And if I remember correctly, the Pope was like, don't. But a bunch of kids got together and did it anyway, and a bunch of people sent their kids off to the crusade, and it ended terribly. That was a good Ojo-sama laugh, wasn't it? I'm really happy with that one. Fucked up how the Crusades started to save the Byzantines, and they sort of just didn't. Yep. And then later, in one of the Crusades, they just sacked They just sacked Constantinople. Wasn't the actual Shogun Crusader just a way to get rid of poor kids and sell them into slavery? I'm not sure. I think I don't think that the original child prophet was fabricated, but certainly it was convenient to, yeah, Fourth Crusade by Pope Innocent. It was certainly convenient to, send your children away on the crusade. But if I recall correctly, it wasn't sanctioned by the Vatican in any way. I could be wrong about that, though. It's been a while since I studied the Crusades. And then he genocided Christians in France after. Yes. Well, that wasn't Innocent who did that, was it? Wasn't that hard to sell poor kids to slavery, depending on where you are? True. Jesse. I thought it was, I thought it was one of the French kings who genocided Christians in France. Because he owed debt to the Templars or something? Oh, oh, he genocided the Cathars. That's what you're talking about. Okay. I'm thinking of the Templars. Yeah, Catharism is interesting. I don't know a huge amount about it, doctrinally. Where the term "kill them all, God will know his own" came from. Right. I just know Catharism as one of the more, well, the genocide, but I also know about the, just being one of the more famous heresies of the time. Cathars believe the soul is ungendered or bigendered and they were antinatalist. Right. Oh no, Fusion. I don't know why I said right, because I didn't know that. That's really interesting. It's been found that cathartic. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. They're just running what? Fucking cowards. Yeah, it was amazing, Fusion. Funny how the greatest threat to Christianity at the time was the Pope himself. Yeah. Cathars are more interesting than Arianism. Yeah, Arianism is... Gods, I don't even remember the difference between Arianism and, What was the church called before the schism? I'm drawing a blank. I mean, orthodoxy, yes, but there's another term that's used. Chalcedonian, thank you. Chalcedonian. The same video that touched on the my brain stopped working. That touched on the Spanish Inquisition, said something that really bothered me, and they said that the Vandals were that the Iberian kingdom of the Vandals were Arian until they converted to Catholicism, and I was like, Catholicism did not exist during that conversion. But I can understand for a modern audience why you would call it Catholicism, but me when I was in college, every day snapper, I want to be Gnostic. Gnostics are wild. I need a reinforcement. These are some low-level troops. Nubian spearmen? Interesting. Arians are too brainlit to understand the Trinity. Look, all I'm saying I'm gonna say about the Trinity is there's more fun ways to be a polytheist. Rome versus gnome. But I'm a gnome. I just combined two memes, and one of those memes nobody knows. I'm just a gnome. The idea of the snake in the garden was Jesus, actually. Yeah, I wish I still remembered, like, half of these doctrinal differences and Gnostic beliefs and so on and so forth. There was a, I don't remember which sect. Snapper may actually know. But there was a sect of Christianity who was a Gnostic group whose interpretation of the crucifixion actually has him through divine intervention switching places with a common criminal who was pardoned, and Jesus walking free while the criminal was crucified in his place. And kind of going, haha, lol, as he walked away. Which I think is really funny and really just kind of completely discredits, like, modern Protestantism. at the very least, which I'm most familiar with. Worshipping Exodia be poly or monotheism? Are you? Depends on if you're only worshipping Exodia. I think Exodia. Oh my god, you're using Exodia as an example of the Trinity. That's so funny. I know just enough about Yu-Gi-Oh to understand that joke. That's so fucking funny, and I'm mad about it. Beyond the Foursquare Church in America has the belief of talking in tongue. Yeah. I don't know Kalmic Buddhism specifically. In my version of Christianity, Jesus' first miracle was turning estrogen into testosterone. That's cute. I like that. Switching places would defeat the whole purpose of everything according to modern Christianity, which is so fascinating. Japanese brother of Jesus who took his place on the cross, and then Jesus lived in Japan and had children. Oh, I haven't heard that one. That's so interesting. Ah, shit, I forgot to AI control oh no, we don't have reinforcements this battle. That's right. Yeah, it's bothering me that I don't remember the name of the sect, because I swear this is a real thing. It's a real Gnostic sect. And the theory didn't pick up because it very clearly defeats the whole purpose. Jupiter is home to amoebas. I love that for some reason. Of course, they're all wrong because his name was not Jesus. That's just a mistranslation in the first place. Sure. But I mean, to be fair, like, what religious name still survives from the original language? What name in any religion survives in the form of the original language? Scientist just made it his pet. Awesome. Love that. Well, this went well. I'm just gonna let their chariots run away. I don't know how a drone would want to have a giant space bug as its pet. 'Cause friend. It's friend time. Here's an achievement for that. Ooh, cool. Machine doesn't know what friend is? I guess. Friend is universal. Someone does the proper translating of the text pre-New James. Oh, okay. I'd be interested in that. Was it worth it, Jesse? Sex is temporary. Gotcha is eternal. Well, one of the things I remember coming across when I was more studying Christian, well, Abrahamic theology, which is kind of a misnomer. Um, but one of the things I can't, well, I guess not even Abrahamic, monotheistic theology. Well, no, Islam is Abrahamic. What am I talking about? Anyway, there is an idea in Islam that Jesus was a prophet and spoke the word of God, and the word of God was corrupted by evil and greedy men along the way, and that the original version of the Bible and Jesus' original teachings were in line with Allah's teachings. Now, the obvious question is who's to say in the last 1,500 years, almost 1,500 years, 1,400 years, that the same thing hasn't happened to the Quran, but, you know. Still wilding from when I learned the original sin is a Catholic doctrine and Orthodoxy doesn't believe in it. Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, speaking in tongues is fascinating, Julep. I totally just glanced over that and didn't say anything. Speaking in tongues is fascinating spiritually and psychologically. And I quite simply don't know what to think about it from a spiritual level. But then again, I am a simple bear when it comes to spirituality in a lot of ways. You know, I believe in a divine that is hard to define and that I choose to observe through the gods of my ancestors. You can name the amoeba. Oh, I like Amy. Yeah. It's strange how the Quran and the Bible happened because Abraham was trying to have a male heir. That's not a wrong take. It's a big brain take, but it's not a wrong take at all. I do wonder how much of that story is trying to legitimize the faith. I don't know enough about Islamic theology to really speak on it, but part of me wonders if that's sort of an attempt to legitimize um, Islam in the same way that Christians took over Yule to legitimize Christianity. It's considered silly and fake and too showy in my church, so I only spoke in tongues quietly to myself. But it wasn't encouraged, and you still did it. That's really interesting. Both claim their son was chosen by God to be the father of many nations, which would lead to the Messiah. Yes. What I would be curious about is the historiography of that myth in the pagan Arabic traditions, which I simply don't have any information on right now. Speaking in tongues is a Protestant Christian belief mostly practiced in America, in certain sects of Christianity in America, where someone literally loses the ability to speak English and speaks in what is suggested to be ancient languages that they've never experienced during their life because they are touched by the Holy Spirit. There were a lot of Christians who lived in Arabia during Muhammad's time. Right. There were a lot of Jews in Arabia during Muhammad's time as well. Basically speaking ancient holy languages, yeah. Yeah, I know nothing about Arabic polytheism. Apparently Muhammad was taught some stuff by a Persian Christian. I'd believe that. Speaking tongues totally not gibberish. Yeah. No worries. I'll if you ever remember. I don't remember where I've gotten a lot of this information either. It's pretty old info. Oh, we need to advance. They have catapults. We're going to be charging uphill, but then again, we're also going to be attacking with pikemen, so I don't think it's as bad as it would be normally. Can't merge bubbles into a fleet. Unfortunate. I forgot they had chariots. How's there no historic discussion channel in the Discord? If I didn't give mods the ability to add and adjust channels, just put a reminder in the mod channel for me to add it after stream, and I'll totally do that. Otherwise, feel free to add it yourself, Fusion. I forgot if I let you guys adjust channels. Oh, Rome Total War Egyptian factions. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's that's a good point, Julep. I don't know a whole lot about speaking in tongues. I kind of know the popular conception of it. Well, the secular conception of speaking in tongues is that you're just speaking gibberish. But I think it's a little more complex than that. Back before the internet was widely available and the best source of information was Hollywood. Yes. And go figure, Hollywood don't know what it's talking about. Yeah, wherever Egypt is. movie was Moses. Ah, for fuck's sake. Thank you, Fusion. I I love that we're able to have these kinds of conversations as a community and like be respectful and open-minded. You know, I think I'm really not a fan of internet atheism. You know, I am a theist myself, and which is nothing against any atheists in chat or in the community, of course. But I like that both theists and atheists in my community can talk about theology respectfully with each other. I think that's very rare on the internet. It's also an interesting thing. Everyone jokes about how they were lost for 40 years. Uh-huh. There is a rather modern writing which was unfortunately found to be fake, to be faked by its proposed translator, that claimed that during the 40 years that Jesus roamed the desert, he visited India and was taught by gurus and Buddhists, which is so fascinating of a concept, you know, that I almost want it to be true. But it's very much was very much fabricated by the person who brought it to the world. Okay. Oh, wait, are these? Yeah, these are chariot archers have scythes? Yeah, fuck. I'm sorry, that's not 30. That's not 40 years. That was Moses. It is super interesting human history stuff. I agree. Yeah, well, the Iron. I want to see more about that. If you can find a source, that's interesting. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that before. Um, but yeah, Hat. I think that we've lost this battle. We lost this battle because I charged the chariot archers instead of charging the instead of charging the foot archers. Just rereading it and notice they're not lost at all. He literally just says you all need to die because you're really. I'll have to look at that again. It's been a while. Um. But yeah, Hat, I'm pretty Unitarian in my beliefs, and I think there's truth in all religion, even the stuff that contradicts itself. Because religion is a vastly personal thing. Especially recent history always makes me nervous because there's a lot of people who study that part of history and then try and make excuses for fascists. And as a Jewish person, I'd rather avoid anti-Semitism if I can avoid it. Yes. It's one of the things that I don't, I try to study more recent history too. But I am cautious around history nerds, unfortunately. Especially of a certain era. Especially people who study a certain era of history. So, I blame that on the Hoy era, yes. Ooh, I lost 2 generals there. Ew. Yikes. I blame that on not realizing there were scythes on Egyptian chariot archers. I assumed that since they were archers, they didn't have scythes, which is a big assumption, admittedly. And also me being distracted by talking theology. Because theology's interesting, damn it. Blame the fact that scythes on chariots are so tiny that you have to zoom in to see. Yeah. Oof, Hat, I'm so sorry. My favorite part of history is Rome, but not that Rome, you guys. My favorite part of history lately has been the Roman era, but everywhere outside of Rome. Like, it should honestly tell you in the infographic if in the info page if they have scythes or not. I agree. Oh, you have reinforced. Gladiators are so stupid. Such a stupid unit. Thought you were saying sides. No, scythes. They have it's not exact. I mean, chariots aren't really very accurate to the time period at all, but it's accurate to history in general that war chariots would have blades on the wheels. It's also not explained why scythe chariots are so dangerous to horses unless you know how the game mechanic works. Also true. Oh, that's right. I still have barbarians here. Whole idea of gladiators as tools of war, people that were heavily invested and used for the very important purposes of entertainment. Just the idea of getting them killed en masse. I know. It's like um using gladiators, having gladiators be a unit in this game is like having football players fighting alongside tanks, and that happens in real life, but the football players have the same equipment as everybody who's not a football player. No, I'm saying it makes as much sense as football players in pads trying to tackle the enemy in a modern war. I know scythe chariots exist in this time, but it's a bit iffy on how scythe the scythe chariots were. Right. Spring came out to her mother, and mother just sends her flags with text now. She's received that I know of both the Romanian flag and the flag of Thailand at the end of supportive messages. That's so cute. The information that the victors aren't interested in teaching. Yes. That's why I'm so interested in non-Roman era history lately. People talk like gladiators always died, and honestly, it wasn't really... Yeah. No, you invested a lot in your gladiators. They were expensive property. They were... wasn't just a total blood sport. Like, you spent years and the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of dollars training these guys to fight, and they were skilled entertainers. You didn't want them dying in mass. Yeah, exactly. These are light cav, right? Okay. Oh, they're gonna sit back and poke me with their fucking ballistas. Yeah. That's okay. I have a plan. Gladiators was just WWE. Absolutely. Except if the crowd was unhappy because, yeah. He just had a better health plan. Better health plan, but worse working conditions. To be fair. WWE is probably safer overall than being a Roman gladiator, and there's the whole, like, having freedom part, you know, having... Well, like, okay. We can get into conversations about what freedom really means and freedom in the modern era, but, you know, having... for lack of a better word, freedom as a human being. We're all slaves to cat. Yes, that's really where I'm getting at. The really famous gladiators were free. Well, they weren't free, they were freed. They bought their freedom and decided that it was profitable for them to continue their career. I don't recall... I could be wrong, but I don't recall any cases of someone, of a free person, becoming a gladiator without becoming a slave as well. Probably pays better to be a gladiator than the wrestler, because when the last was... Yeah. There, of course, was Spartacus. Yes. Spartacus' story is really interesting because he was a, if I remember this correctly, Spartacus was a Thracian soldier, so he was an enemy soldier who was captured as a prisoner of war and made into a gladiator because he could fight good. But he never stopped being an enemy of Rome and led the rebellion. I know people willingly join the gladiator for the idea of fame and glory, but I think they, I think in doing so, they sold their freedom. I think you needed a, you still needed a patron, for lack of a better word. I don't remember if that's the correct term. I might be talking out of my ass here, to be fair. Like, I don't think if you willingly... It's like slavery in Rome is working a 9 to 5 today. Yeah, for a lot of people. And this is not by any means excusing slavery as saying slavery is a good thing, but the difference between Roman slavery and slavery for most of history and chattel slavery was that you could actually make a living, for lack of a better word, and be taken care of as a slave. Chattel slavery was uniquely cruel because it treated people like livestock rather than employees. It's a bit unclear because it was mostly soldiers, I think, that ended up choosing gladiator's life. Fair. Alright, charge again. Fall back. Slavery isn't good, it's just that modern society is bad. Yeah. Well, what's the, I wish I remembered who said this. Well, he said it about it was said about democracy, not capitalism. But I think it applies to, well, maybe not. Democracy is the worst government type ever, except for all the other ones we've tried. It's a quote that's stuck with me for a long time. Since I was quite young. I think I picked it up from one of the Civ games. Thing about roving slavery is highly dependent on what kind of slave you were and what nation you came from. Also true. Because a mine slave had no chance of freedom compared to a cooking slave. Yeah. That's a great That's a great point as well. But, to be honest, working in a mine, working in air quotes or being enslaved for mine work has never been particularly good or healthy or safe work, even in the modern era. I actually have a friend who's a miner. And they're doing better, and it's better to be a miner today than it ever has been historically because of automation and unions, but sounds like a quote from Tropical 4's loading screens. No, it was a Civ 4 quote, I think. I feel like the race-based slavery was especially more kept in time where slavery was generally considered morally wrong and people considered them enlightened, so they had to resort to dehumanizing people based on skin color to get away with it. Yes. There was a lot of, I use this with big air quotes, science, what they called science, done to prove that slavery was okay because the people who were being enslaved were of lesser moral fiber and better suited to hard labor than white people were. And there were actually debates during the early days of chattel slavery about what race of people should be enslaved, and a lot of bullshit eugenics going on to justify that. It's fucked. That's just modern racism as well. Yeah. No, should I tell this story on stream? A member of my family who is rather young has I have had conversations with him where he said to my face, black people are better at sports, and I'm like, that's so fucking racist. And he's like, no, I'm saying good things about black people. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. There's this centuries-long history of racism behind the idea that black people are more athletic that comes with the connotation that you don't understand because you're still very young, that they're not as good at other things. Eugenics, thank you, Dragon. Yeah, no, I mean, it is so prevalent, even to this day, that exact form of eugenic racism. Ah, shit. Ugh. If I hadn't said it a million times on stream already, would you believe that would you know that I worked in social justice politics? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna not AI control these guys, even though they'll pop in slowly. Because I think being able to reinforce slowly throughout the battle with Cav is gonna be good for us. Yeah, look, I think I've told this anecdote on stream before. Racism is a byproduct of human pattern recognition in the most insidious way. But oh, no way she should have. Yeah, especially because there's so many generals in that army. You're right. However, the modern concept of racism and even the modern concept of race is extremely new, and has not existed for most of history and is not intrinsic to the human experience, and is absolutely something that needs to be dismantled. Race is fake as hell. Race doesn't exist. And believing that race is real is benefiting white supremacy. Because 100 years ago, the Irish were not white. And that matters because as America and as the West became more and more diversified, from an American perspective, the Irish and the Italian and the Germans and all of these people who weren't white in America had to become white so that whites could continue to be the majority in America. And this very concept of race is a racist construct to make white people a single collective group. Race is fake as hell. Sometimes Uber says X is picking up your order and just loads a map and satellite over the US, and I'm like, bruh. There's only one race, the human race. Yeah. I mean, yes, I don't think that we want to be race blind. Believing in race is racist, but we also need to understand the impact that this fake idea of race has on people, on non-white people in the West. The echoes of that as an Irish Scottish citizen, yeah. I am also of Celtic descent, just in a general sense, and really it was, people of descents that are traditionally Catholic are only white because it's convenient to a white hegemony for us to be so. We need to not be blind because the past wasn't, and the past was fucked. Yeah. There's definitely a difference between a French and a German person in terms of look. It's just the idea of grouping them together based on pigmentation. Yeah. It is. But white supremacists tell on themselves. They talk about white, they complain about how they believe in this white genocide, and they really are adopting. Ethnicities exist, not races. Thank you. That's exactly right. And they really have adopted other ethnicities into whiteness in order to maintain whiteness as a majority. Picked up so much cultural trauma as I've learned more and more about Greek history and heritage. Keep half our soldiers outside in case we get a mass rout. That's a great idea. I also don't want to get all of... This time, I'm not going to get all of my archers killed. I'd actually rather get my infantry killed by towers. Because I'm going to want my archers to support my infantry. Looking at me as a kid in my mid... Oh, fuck. That's awful. Anyway, that's a heavy subject. We should we should move on to something lighter, like me killing every man, woman, and child in this city. I think I'm funny, okay? Why am I destroying the gateway? I should be destroying this tower. It's too late. It's fine. We're gonna push past it pretty quickly. Love how long fast food and street food has existed in history. Oh my god, it's so cool. Like, even the idea of, like, for lack of a better analogy, like Panda Express style, like, pre-prepared food in a hot plate has existed for thousands of years, and that's so fucking cool. Yeah, like we have stalls from Pompeii where they kept boiling water in a counter that would heat clay bowls of food that was pre-prepared that morning, and anyone could come by and get a few scoops of this and a few scoops of that were heated, kept warm all day. So fucking cool, and it goes back even further as far as we know. Yeah, fast food is an old... Like, McDonald's claims to have invented fast food, but fast food has existed for thousands of years. Human same, human hungry, human gay, yes. Yes, the something stuffed in dough and steamed or boiled is a pretty universal concept. At least it's universal in the old world. I don't know of any examples of American cuisine. Well, no, tamales. Never mind. Tamales. Existed before the Europeans. So yeah, that's universal too. Right wife, good life, life stuffed with dough and fried, miss wife. Ooh, that's awesome hat. Probably had fast food as long as we had streets to put them on. Probably. Cookies were invented in Persia. That is too simple of a concept to be invented. I would believe they're invented in Persia only because the cookie is kind of intrinsically a sugared product. Wait. Did we trap these guys? Holy shit, we trapped Praetorians. I forgot that that's a thing, because they have to exit through the towers. That's amazing. I'm so happy we did this. I'm so happy we did that. I'm so happy we got a third, Sat point. Okay, so I want you guys to run here. That's what I mean, though. The cookies, without a doubt, have existed in many cultures with their own version. Totally. One of my least favorite misnomers that pasta comes from China. Yeah. Um, Pasta is ancient. Mm-hmm. Maybe the modern version of cookies that we understand as a cookie now may have been invented in Persia. Sure. Well, like a great example of that actually is is pizza. The modern version of pizza that we understand was invented in Italy. Um, and pizza was a name for an Italian flatbread dish long before the modern idea of pizza existed either. Um, However, we have dishes that resemble pizza in that they're flatbread with cheese and stuff on them, going back um, as far as ancient Persia. And we believe that a pizza like dish was eaten by Xerxes' soldiers before Thermopylae. But also, Italian pizza, the root of the word, was a peasant dish, so it wasn't very well recorded until it became recognized by the elite. Someone saying pizza was made by the Romans, but that was more of a meat cheese pie than a pizza. Yeah. I don't know about Roman pizza. I know about like meat and cheese pies. The earliest known pizza that I've heard of was Persian, though, which again is in the concept of cheese and flatbread. Putting stuff on a flatbread wasn't new. No, exactly. Concept of pizza was definitely far more modern because tomatoes was in the Americas. Yes. However, the term pizza actually predates Columbus's expedition and was used to describe a flatbread. And we have recipes for things called pizza from before Columbus's expedition. However, those were sweet dishes, actually. Although, well, the early recipe that we have is a sweet dish. Cream-based pizzas exist as well. Good point. Speaking of, I love dessert pizzas. I've never had a dessert pizza. I have to try one. It's hard pinning down what cuisine is Greek because of the centuries of imperialism. Yeah. And tomato made its way to Chicago. All right, hot take. I really like deep dish pizza, but it's not pizza. Like, it's called pizza, but it's not pizza. Blackberry ricotta and arugula pizza. Interesting. Deep dish like pan pizza? No, like Chicago deep dish. Like a deep dish pizza, it's like tomato soup and cheese. It's tomato and cheese soup in a bread bowl. And there's not even much for bread bowl. Deep dish is a pie, yeah. I never understood people who call pizzas pies, but Chicago deep dish is pie. Wait, they have archers? They have archer auxilia. I didn't notice. Deep dish is a casserole. I like that one. I like that one a lot. I think it's because pizza was more traditionally a pie. No, it was a flatbread. I don't think it was more traditionally a pie because it like literally the word meant like in the Middle Ages a word very similar to pizza just described flatbread. It was a peasant food. Oh, Cornish pastries are good. Seen some history pizza, but not far enough back to not include tomato. Yeah, the even earlier history is really interesting, I think. I forgot to keep half of my troops back. Oops. Late game Roman archers really hurt. Yes, they do. I want pie. I want pastry. Like not the type of food, but like the food pastry, like fluffy dough. Fluffy baked dough. I want pastry. I mean, I would love a croissant, don't get me wrong, but or a Danish right now. I can't have bread right now. Hot take: English food isn't food. Um, I disagree. I've had really good English food. A lot of English cuisine is disappointing, however. But oh man, I love a good English breakfast. I agree. Italian food is what French food wishes it was. I strongly agree with that. I have no Italian family members, but I grew up eating a lot of home cooked Italian food. For some reason, we just made a lot of Italian food. Putting baked beans on a slice of bread isn't food. I agree. The onager is shooting your clumped up Oh, right. Thank you. I forgot they had siege weapons. Look, all your dead troops in the streets. Yeah, well, that's a lot of them too. Oh, fairy bread. I know about fairy bread. Yeah, I'd try it. I don't like sweets, but I'd still try it. Yeety McYeet face. I agree. It really would be called that. My companion's getting caught against my pikes is unfortunate. These siege guys got some heavy stats from all the upgrades and XP. Yeah. To be fair, beans on toast are probably a result of rationing. Yeah, it seems like the kind of thing I would make when, like, I have to go get groceries later that day. Like, shit, what do I have? A can of beans and some toast. I guess I'll have beans on toast. Is it better than our... Not than our companions. Ooh, a lot of upgrades. Oh, they're only one chevron. That's everyone except for the guy stuck on the wall, right? No, the Exilia. Nah, just march back here. We'll, they're gonna get torn up just walking through us. Alright, they're close enough we can do, It's legitimately a lovely meal. Beans and rice is a much more respectable meal. With leftover beans. Some crusty bed, a hunk of cheese, some salami, and some pig. Oh, that sounds so good. Medieval cuisine was actually quite refined. Yes. Although a lot of surviving, so we don't know a whole lot about what like a peasant meal would be. Yeah, I have been watching some stuff on what medieval cuisine looked like. Yeah, lots of spices. Because the only cookbooks that survive are from the nobility. Oh, one of the auxilia got through. Thank you for feeding my addiction, dragon. Coffee, 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 coffee. Paste. Ah. No, that's the wrong coffee. There we go. If Europe didn't have access to spices, the food culture today would be awful. Yeah. I agree. Now, another hot take, colonialism had nothing to do with Europe getting access to spices. We had access to, there's this thing called the Spice Road, which is called that because it brought spices to Europe. We didn't need to do colonialism in order to make Europeans understand that food should have flavor. Hate so many isekais where they travel to some medieval fantasy. Terror acts like people have no idea what salt was or how seasoning works. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Wanted to get that coffee cup and change the mountains to a silhouette of a bear? I can give you the asset. That would be really sweet. Thank you. Yeah, the Portuguese already had no, all of Europe had spices. They were just expensive because they had to take the long route. Um, well, two things. They had to take the long overland route through the Spice Road, or they had to sail up to, or they had to pass through Arabia and the Ottoman Empire, which charged the Christians a lot for those spices. Um, Something that I actually didn't know until fairly recently. I thought that also the Ottomans increased taxes. Yeah. Um, um, yeah, exactly. The Portuguese made their trip around Africa, and Columbus made his trip west to get around those not trade embargoes, those tariffs from the Ottomans and the Spice Road. Um, but we still had access to them, and didn't they have any kind of wild onion? Oh, they had onion and garlic. And actually garlic was used very We do know that garlic was used very commonly in peasant cuisine, but it was considered a peasant food, so the nobility didn't really use it. They preferred cinnamon and sugar. Um, by around the time of the colonial era, for some reason, I actually thought that that sugar was native to the Caribbean. Don't know where I got that idea. It's an old world crop. I don't know why Europeans never used it because they had access to sugar for the longest time. They grew it in the what are those islands called? Not the Canaries, the other ones, the Azores grew sugar for a long time before the Portuguese developed spice routes or colonized the Caribbean. Garlic is too damn good to be peasantry. I know. Saffron, thyme, mint, sage. Mm-hmm. They had access to sugar, but not in high quantities. True. Garlic was very big in Egyptian mythos. I believe so, yes. We've done it. They mostly use honey instead of sugar cane. Yeah, I read a fascinating report from the time from some of the first Europeans to describe sugar, and they described it as a plant that makes its own honey. Which is so interesting to me. It's because the Caribbean's climate made it very good to sugar growing. Yeah, yeah. No, we're massacring Rome. I'm gonna savor this for a minute. This feels good. Screenshot? Just clip. Honestly, just clip it. I'm too lazy to take a screenshot. Just clip it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Let's fucking go. We have to kill them or they rebel with the gold army with gold chevrons and high elite troops. That too. But no, I'm killing them out of pure spite. Fuck these walls. Oh, urban barracks, right. They didn't have a temple in Rome? Interesting. I need to deal with fuck, I want to put a sound to sound alerts is off. Man. I don't know why it's been causing trouble. Let me I'm sure the moment is past, but I'll restart it. Hopefully it's working now. It's working. Thank you. Oh, we can build an epic stone wall. So I'm wondering if I kind of want to make Rome a military place, since it has still has so much population. So I'm going to do a shrine to Ares. And we should be able to balance out the unrest with that. Place already has all the military buildings, almost. Can you just de-Rome the Italian peninsula? I'm working on it. I am trying. It doesn't have all the, Yeah, wait, can we not retrain our... Can't retrain our companion cav, can we? We can just give them better weapons, which I don't want to do yet. I'd rather retrain. Yeah, it doesn't have elite cavalry stables yet. Or or the hippodrome. Oh, if you replace all the Roman buildings with Greek ones, yeah. Oh, yeet the city from the map? Sadly, no. Ah, oh, fuck. Who did this? Julep. Here we fucking go. I hate it here. I hate this so much. Song's so cringe, even furries cringe at it. Who are you calling a furry? Oh, wait, you're a furry. That's right. I forgot you're a furry, Iron. Fuck. There's nothing wrong with being a furry. Congrats. Thank you, Julep. You know what? I'm going to keep this formation. Of course, never mind. We break the formation when we march. Whatever. Fine game. Ah, finally. Now, the Julia, I still have some pretty big armies marching around, but I think we should have an easier time. Can't play where to put some Total War blank. Has an animal name and username. I wonder if they're a furry. Yeah, but change title of stream. You're right. Was the best I could come up with. I usually put a little more effort into my stream names, but I don't want to. All right, so let's send our generals after their light cav and our heavy cav after their heavy cav. Let's fucking go, y'all. See if they'll let us catch them. Nope. Macedon these Romans. Macedoned. That's what you said. Not Macedoned. Why does that make me think of dawning, like putting on something, and then makes me think of I put on my robe and wizard hat? Hey Viper, how's it going? Alright, we're gonna have to micro this. Try and corner these guys. I've done this before, and it sucks. Now to spend 40 turns trying to take New Scipia capital. Yeah. You're so right. Going alright, just got home. Nice. Oops. Do you want to be Macedoned? Is Macedonning when an Australian takes you to, dominates you in a McDonald's? I think Jesse's the only person in chat who has the slightest chance of understanding that. Oh, Jesse got it. Okay. Viper got it. Cool. Macadaming is like a Big Little sort of thing, where they take you to McDonald's. Why am I like this? You get the Happy Meal. Smile. Only the Happy Meal. Aw. Yeah, in Kangaroo Land, they call it Maccas, not Mackies. Maccas. Snapper McDonald's me regularly. Cute. Only in Australia where birds were going to decide. I'm going to put... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Australia's a weird place. I don't think that's that controversial of a statement. Call it Macca's here too? Okay. I didn't know that. Come on, come on, come on, come on, catch him. There we go. Don't you fuckers run away from me. Denmark and Australia aren't real. I don't know that one. I don't know that old paradox meme. I know Finland isn't real, which isn't a paradox meme, but I know that meme. Wait, yes, I do know the Denmark and Australia aren't real meme. It was an EU4 mod. try to use the banned server of the English channel. I thought France is the banned country in the English channel. Well, by old, it's from 2018. Yeah. Which is not before, which is hardly before my time. This is going to take a while. We are taking advantage of the game's jankiness. These guys just need to run away and they would survive, but they're deciding to let us get them stuck in a corner again. Hopefully we're going to do better this time. When I think old, I think rage comic memes. Ugh. We fucked up cornering them a little bit. Please? Please? Fuck. This sucks. Trick is to let two of your... Oh, they're tired, right. They're getting slower because they're tired. Corned? Speaking of old memes, corned by coffee makes me think of something very specific. And no, I will not elaborate. Julep knows. Nope, older than that, Jesse. Older than country girls make do. You're welcome, Hat. Oh, they're just gonna charge me. Okay. I'm sorry, Julep. Did I bring back bad memories? I'm so sorry. It's burned in my mind, too. I said I wasn't going to elaborate. I want to say more. Man, the internet was a fucked up place back then. Like, it's a fucked up place now, but it was really fucked up back then. This is one of the memories the depression has taken from me. I would consider giving you a hint, but I said I wasn't going to elaborate. I don't think it's gotten any better. I don't know if it's if better's the right word, but at the very least, in today's internet, if you created the thing that I'm thinking of, you would get a very sternly worded call-out post written about you. 2012 memes were anything goes kind of. Was it 2012? No, it was older than that. No, not in this case. Not. This is not a doing something right on the internet kind of call out post. It's a very much deserved call out post. Let me think, because I remember, I don't want to date myself too much, but I swear I saw this for the first time in like 2005. And I've subjected other people to it since, but 2004. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I won't say what I was doing with my life in 2005, but well, it was 2007 to 2012. That was the Cats to Rage comics that anything can be funny age. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Seen some Facebook posts between people as compared to while true. Oh my god, Velociraptor with the random two-color yeah. I remember that site. No, this was something that was very, very intentionally made to be offensive because that was how you were funny on the internet back in the 20-aughts. As far as the internet was concerned, the more offensive it was, the more it offended sensibilities and good more it offended sensibilities and ethics, the funnier it was considered by the internet at the time. And this was a perfect example of that, and it is seared forever in my brain. I've seen some shit too. So my high school got suspended for bringing printouts of Tub Girl into the. Wait, which one was Tub Girl? That sounds familiar. Oh man. Fucking memories, y'all. Not good ones either. Um, okay. Oh, we haven't, Oh, you can trade in your own cities? Oh. I did not know that. Good. Yeah, I agree, Jesse. Yeah, probably have. Um, Yeah, 80s cartoon, 80s and 90s cartoons. Actually, Totally Spies gave so many people so many fetishes. It was a little after my time, but I have heard stories. All right, that's our turn. Gaul, do you want a ceasefire? Unfortunate. Do you want to become our protectorate? No. They are allied to, like, everyone who's at war with us. Oh, Tarsus is gonna rebel. That'll give us time to regroup to attack Egypt. I watched a few episodes of the um Animaniacs remake on the plane back here from the Netherworld, and it wasn't as bad as I expected. It tried a little too hard to be woke, but I actually kind of enjoyed it. Like, to everyone who's at war with us, damn, don't we know that girl? Yeah, it is kind of a mood, isn't it? I think we want to trade with Spain. Old cartoons were always good, although nowadays I'm sure yeah, home system of this caravan had billboards on the oh, huh. Yeah, I don't like when cartoons try to be woke either. It's because generally the people behind, the writers behind trying to be woke, don't understand. Yep. Trying to be woke is the new trying to be hip for the kids. IMO. Oh right, we already made the archery place. Oh, let's do a Temple of Artemis. Temple of Zeus. Capua, I want a dockyard. We're gonna need fleets here. Rome, I actually do want an epic stone wall. We are never losing this city again. No, I need to deal with population control. So I'm gonna do an Odeon. On Spain are at war with each other, and Armenia and Pontus are at war with each other. That's great. That is really great for us. Lol Popeye. Steven Universe did the Hey Kids Don't Be Racist. I don't remember that one. I do prefer cartoons that try to be woke over cartoons that are nationalistic or try to invite kids into their fashion of choice. I agree. Um, whatever you think about Steven Universe, it at least understood. It understood the messages it was trying to put forward. It didn't just be woke for the. It wasn't just woke for the sake of being woke. Which the Animaniacs had a little bit of woke because for wokeness. Just had a really oh, in between ad kind of short. I don't think I saw that. Can we leave Capua? No. Okay, we can almost leave Capua alone. Large city or a huge... Well, let's take the huge city. Oh, that was a weird audio glitch there. Taurians and legionary cohorts. We're going to want to push in through the front door, I think. They have large walls. Feel more shows need to be headed by marginalized people. Yeah. I agree. You know, look, someone's not going to make a good show just because they're, you know, a good and, like, socially conscious show just because they're a marginalized person, but they're more likely to attempt it without completely falling on their face. Oh, I don't remember what Crunchyroll. Oh, yeah. That's right, I remember that. Alright, only one unit of Archer Auxilia, a lot of Legionary Cav. That's gonna be bad. Site that hosted illegal content then stole it to become legit. Yeah. Well, I think that's... I don't think that's the whole story, Iron. I think that, how do I explain what I'm thinking? I think it's less about, like, changing who's in power. It's less that it's just changing who's in power, and it's more the fact that just because someone is marginalized in one way doesn't mean they can't be privileged in another. So we can't expect people to, you know, we can't expect someone to be woke and down with social progress if just because they're a white woman. You know, we can't expect a white able-bodied woman to suddenly know everything about racial and disability issues, for example. I don't remember exactly what the issues with Crunchyroll were in general, other than the fact that Crunchyroll is, you know, a joke in the community to begin with. Crunchyroll's run by Karens. I just feel like, hey, give everyone a chance, and if they can do it, then give them that chance. Absolutely, we need to be. You know, I think that attitude falls under the risk of being colorblind. You know, and we were saying earlier, I don't believe colorblindness is the right way to go. Because we can't just be colorblind. We have to, you know, colorblind being a catch-all for being blind to systems of marginalization. We need to be conscious of we need to be conscious of our subconscious bias as well. Please don't ask me to be smart about racial issues. I'm white as fuck. I do my best. Yeah. Yeah, I screwed up and there's a brand new purification measure. I don't get it. Ah, shit. I don't know the reference, I guess. Well, it's close, but it's not give it to the best person who fits the job. It's more of if you can do it, give them the chance to. Sure. The reason I bring that up, Iron, is because, like, for example, I know a lot of people who work in tech industry and in Silicon Valley specifically. And, like, Silicon Valley has a real problem where it really thinks it's a meritocracy and that they always hire the best person regardless of race and gender. And yet, for some weird reason, is still overrun by almost predominantly cis, straight, white, heterosexual men. And if they're not one of those, they're probably all but one of those. And it's like, it's not because those people are better at programming than other people. So clearly there's still an issue that needs to be addressed. And I've been, I'm not articulating the solution exactly, but I've been privy to a lot of conversations about how to solve that problem. Tech industry is extremely classist too, which contributes to that problem. Because only choose the best job makes it. Yeah, exactly. It's a what's the word I'm thinking of? It is a selection bias. I think that's the most likely cause. Someone from a privileged background has the I'm not articulating very well right now. Someone from a privileged background is more likely to have the education and the connections to land the job than someone who isn't. Thank you, Iron. Yes. It's about what school you went to and who you know. And guess who knows the right people? Guess who tends to be more likely to know the right people? Because I was listening to a really interesting podcast about the same problem within the medical field. There's a I forget what it's called. There's a not fraternal order, but there's a sort of an honor society that exists amongst all sorts of medical schools. That's supposed to be the best of the best at their school, and it gives you priority to get the best medical jobs for doctors later on in life. But it also turns out that, like, the predominant number of the members are disproportionately privileged. And it turns out that because what the working theory is that because you need to be accepted and have good grades, that the member by a present member of the society, that because the society started off predominantly privileged, people just want to accept people they know who are in the same social circles, and those social circles are, for lack of a better word, kind of racist. And it's not an easy problem to solve, and it's not a problem we solve overnight. Then as you go up the hierarchy, you have a lack of empathy. That's fair. That's just capitalism, babe. I didn't have consoles and shit growing up. I wouldn't know what the fuck the computer was if my dad didn't dumpster dive them as a hobby. Yeah, my dad worked in tech. I'm very computer literate, and that's not because I'm a millennial. It's because it was important for me to have a computer when I was a kid. Shit. Now, mind you, my dad worked in tech because he comes from a generation where he lied on his resume, got a tech job, and made it up as he went in the 80s. But he's a cis white man. He was a cis white man in the 80s. I was gonna be the first I was gonna be the first member of my family to graduate college, but then I dropped out. Oops. Yeah, I have a friend who works for a certain very prominent tech company, and used to work for another very prominent tech company, and I would not be surprised from some of the stuff I've heard from him about that statistic. Although I'm a little hesitant to call anyone psychopaths because it doesn't really have any psychological any bearing in real psychology. It's more of a pop psych thing. But I know exactly what you mean by it, and I'm like the one member of my family to not graduate in anything. Oof. Well, this is not why I dropped out. However, college is a scam. But unfortunately, it's not really a scam you can opt out of. I did not fight this battle well. It's not. I don't think it's in the DSM. I don't think psychopathy is a thing in the DSM at all. Antisocial, I think, is the syndrome that exists, which is usually what people think of when they talk about psychopathy. College isn't a scam. America, yes. I can't speak for other countries, but I know American college is a scam, and DSM is also kind of a scam. Fair. They need to add CPTSD already. You're also estranged. Fair enough. I am not estranged, but I'm the black sheep in my family, even though very few people will admit it. And the people who will admit it are the people who still talk to me, mostly. Some start out rich, but they hoard more wealth away from each next generation. So I'm living under the poverty line. Yeah, I have family members like that too. Although, you know, black sheep of the family, so it's a little. Yeah, I think yeah, kind of iron. I think that recognizing Asperger's as a part of the autism spectrum is a step in the right direction, but it's certain organizations which are unfortunately very powerful and held with high esteem would have you believe that autism is this horrible, terrible thing. And I can understand people with Asperger's not wanting to be associated with that. However, when you look at the reality of what autism actually is, Asperger's being considered a spectrum disorder makes sense. They recognize, but I mean, yeah, the way. Let me be clear. The way that autism in general, all spectrum disorders are treated in the DSM is not okay. How huge the autism spectrum is. There's a lack of understanding. You know, I'm making excuses here. There is a lack of understanding, and people are doing their best. However, they need to do better. And certain organizations are not helping and are actively harming the cause, but are treated as the good guys trying to cure autism, and it's awful. I don't have a diagnosis, but I am fairly certain I'm on the spectrum as well. I don't need a fucking cure. Anyway, there are certain things in life that I get very mad about, and mental ableism and racism are among them, and we happened to touch on both of those today. Yes, that is what I mean, Dragon. I don't know why I'm beating around the bush. Fuck Autism Speaks. They're an awful organization. They don't speak for us. They speak over us, and they treat us like a disease on our families, and I do not recognize them as a charity organization. Supposed to be somehow stupid, but also highly intelligent. Will have an interest in one subject, while also having quick loss and yeah. Well, and that's just men. Women don't have autism, or if we do, it's completely different. But nobody knows what it looks like. We just know it's completely different. It's ridiculous. And when I say I don't have a diagnosis, but I'm fairly certain I'm on the spectrum, I say that because as a transgender woman, I show the signs of female autism because I have a woman's brain. And I got a neuropsych evaluation by people who thought otherwise. Hello, Pika! Asperger's is used by some jerks to be like, oh no, not the bad autism. Yeah, that too. I'm actually thinking about raiding somebody. We just took Rome, which I'm very excited about, and I'm doing well. I'm really hype about taking Rome. Where let's take a look at the overview here. The Julii are probably going to very quickly fall to us. I don't even care. I'm perfectly willing to lose one of these cities to the Gauls. We can take it back. I don't want to lose it to the Julii. So we're going to march south pretty aggressively while marching north from Rome and take out the Julii. And then we're going to sail to Caralis to wipe out the Romans once and for all. We're doing really well. Once we have the Romans wiped out, or once we have the Romans kicked out of mainland Italy, we're going to build forts along the Alps, because I really just don't want to take this barbarian land out here very much. And we're really going to fortify in Italy and along the Danube, and make the Alps and the Danube our frontier. Then we're going to push on to Caralis. We'll probably butt heads with the Carthaginians. We'll need to build up a fleet in the Western Mediterranean. And we are working on getting ready to push down, finally, into Egypt. Maybe even just take Antioch and Tarsus. And Salamis. And then fortify up for a bit. I don't know. But regardless, I want to make that push. Oh, before we raid, we do have a siege going on in Tylus. Let's see if this is something we can do quickly. If you want to know more about autism and how it works, I'm pretty good on my research. I've done a I'm fairly certain that I'm on the spectrum because I chose an archer warband. So no, I'm not going to do this right now. That's going to be a hard fight, and we need to send reinforcements up there. Because of a combination of, having friends on the spectrum and just, I thought that was normal syndrome. And doing a lot of independent research many years ago. The funniest situation in a sort of dark way for me was, wait, how did they got past the fort? I just realized. These forts are useless. Yeah, it's not like you get any real support. And I could seek a diagnosis. I'm on a waiting list right now. But it's like still another year before my name comes up on that list, and it's going to be like $2,000 or more to get tested, and I don't even know if my test is going to be positive, and that $2,000 goes towards jack shit. So you know. But yeah, I actually had the reason I'm on that list is I had an appointment with a psychologist who I was planning on talking to it about, because I knew that I was starting to realize that something was wrong, that I wasn't diagnosed with, something more than just the ADD, which you can see clearly here because I'm getting very distracted. And while I was just doing a general checkup with a psychologist, because I have a lot of problems, I got a lot of baggage, a lot of trauma, a lot of mental health issues, just going through the checklist, she goes, are you on the, don't take this the wrong way, but are you on the autism spectrum? And I'm like, it's funny you mentioned that, because I think I am. And it turns out I had without looking for it, I had a doctor who has experience on the spectrum, who has a history of it in her family, and was just like, no, I can see the signs. We'll get you checked. And unfortunately, like 2 months later, she had to quit the practice at the clinic I was going to her to take care of family. I don't know the details. So she wasn't able to help me follow up on that. So I'm just sitting waiting for this waiting list. Anyway. Oh my god, Jesse, that's so scary. Oh. I'm so sorry. That's such a terrifying. Yeah, I had a similar experience with ADHD treatment. Squarely in the overlap of ADD and autism, same. Every time autism comes up, I try and take the opportunity to brag about my mom, so she used to be a big deal. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Well, I mean, feel free to pass some stuff on, but I'm fairly confident confidently at the point where it's like, I know I'm on the spectrum somewhere. I've been using tools for coping with autism that are helpful to me, which reinforces the idea that I'm on the spectrum. And a diagnosis isn't going to change my life significantly in any way. So I'm really just not pursuing it. Anyway, this has been a heavy stream, but it's been really fun. I really enjoy having these deep conversations with y'all, but I feel a little bad for talking about such heavy stuff. Let's see who's live. Try and find some links that still work. Oh, that would be cool. Let's see who is the bun. Which bun iron? Talking about. Oh, I don't know them. Aya is like, do I not follow Aya? I'm gonna pet you, Pika. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, Elika's live, yeah. Oh, Aya Lovelace. Right, I don't follow her. Let me check peer-to-peer real quick. See if anyone interesting who I don't know is live. I think peer-to-peer is broken because it says everybody is streaming to 0 viewers. I think we can. I think we can raid Aya. What is she streaming? I think it's she. Yeah, fuck it. Let me wait for this ad to load, but we'll give her some love. Hi, Scarth. You got here just in time. We're starting a raid. It's good to see you, though. Thank you for the bits. And thank you, everyone, for sound alerts today. Thank you, Julep, for the raid message. You can also, if you don't already, follow me on Twitter here for my inane ramblings and updates on my stream. You can join the Discord, which is the best way to get updates on when I go live. Or you can and don't forget to follow me here on on Twitch. Sorry, to go live and to make my He-Who number get bigger. You can raid with either message that Julep prompted Nightbot to go with. If you're a sub, I recommend going with the second command. And, yeah. Thank you, Fusion, for coming by. Thank you, everybody. I love y'all. It's amazing to me that I have a community here who is not only, like, super accepting and super cool with each other, that we can have these conversations, and that actually want to watch the games I'm playing. It's such a wild combination that all that's actually worked. Love you all, sweeties. Let's get this raid going. Bye-bye.